Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show in which I walk and talk. If I seem to have a little bit of difficulty articulating my words, pronouncing them, it's because it's a little bit cold and I find that my mouth has to work a little bit harder just to move. So I'm going to start here by attempting to just talk and pay attention to what I'm saying and perhaps try to avoid thinking very much about what exactly I'm doing in any larger sense, in any more abstract sense, other than what I'm immediately saying. Because I fear almost, not exactly fear, but I think that if I think too much about why I'm doing this, then I may decide to stop or not feel motivated enough to keep going. So I'm sort of trying to just override this impulse to understand what exactly I'm doing right now by speaking and trying to just direct my attention towards the act of speaking in a kind of direct sense. Or maybe what I'm saying is in a kind of sensual sense of just sensing myself speak. And of course, that's going to be deeply entangled with the act of thinking and formulating words and so on and so forth. Because I am actually speaking language, and that involves thoughts and symbols and so on and so forth. So it's not like it's purely sensual, but then there also seems like there's a lot to get in there, even if I were to postulate that that a purely sensual experience is possible, or to focus on purely the sensual aspect of something is possible. Because something I've found in the past is that even the sensual seems, at least in part, conceptually framed. You know, when we talk about, or just as an example, like even if I am just focusing on like the feeling of my lips moving, or the feeling of the vibration of my voice in my throat, or the aural experience of hearing my own voice, then even the act of focusing on those things, I'm realizing involves imagery of, you know, like what my ears are and what hearing is, and it involves this spatial sense of my body, for instance, like where my lips are on my body. And then even it involves like ideas about what sensation is. which are all things that could be dug into. But then I'm wondering if that's not getting ahead of myself. What I would say now is that I am at this very moment seeming to experience something like focus happening. Which feels welcome, but it's not exactly focus. It's like the feeling of beginning to dig into something a little bit, to dig into my experience. But that doesn't make any sense, really. What does that mean? Maybe what I'm actually saying is that I'm just feeling something that is akin to the passage of time. That is, I feel some amount of time having elapsed that is framed by the duration of talking. That is, I have started talking a little while ago, and I sense some amount of time that has elapsed since I began talking. And I guess I feel happy about that time having elapsed, at having succeeded, if you will, in filling up that time with talking. And without the talking, like causing too much problems. The talking hasn't cast me into doubt so much about what I'm doing. I mean, it's I still don't know what I'm doing, but I've been able to proceed in that without any extreme emotional distress or something. Like, I would describe my emotional state as I almost want to say neutral, but then maybe I could elaborate more. It's simply I almost don't sense an emotional state, which would lead me to believe that it's relatively neutral or slightly on the positive side. Because this amount of talking having elapsed like this actually gives me a good feeling about the remainder of these 4 hours. Like, to keep reminding myself that there isn't actually anything that needs to be accomplished by this talking, that it doesn't have to explain anything, and it doesn't have to reveal any kind of mystic truth. It doesn't have to lead to any kind of intellectual or spiritual attainment or discovery even. And maybe before I started talking, I had some idea in my head that it had to do something like that, or that it should do something, that it should have some kind of value. But now I feel relieved of some kind of pressure to make this valuable, which maybe we could say that unpressured sense, that unpressured feeling when I'm talking lets the talking happen even easier. I think that's the case. Like I have a sense at this moment of it not mattering so much what I say or how I talk, but then again, maybe that just means that there are a lot of modes of talking that I could be in that would be undesirable. I can imagine that. Actually, I prefer not to imagine that. And then at the same time, it also seems possible to describe or categorize this current way of talking that I'm doing in ways that I could potentially attach various judgments to. For instance, to describe this way of talking as like free or liberated, which might be the implication that could follow from what I said earlier about me feeling free of any pressure for this talking to accomplish anything in particular. However, if I were then becoming attached to this description or quality of the talking being something like liberated or free, then that in itself could calcify into a mode in itself or a goal in itself that would have the potential to then hinder the talking, perhaps, or to burden it. With certain qualitative restrictions. But then again, wouldn't that be okay for the talking to also be potentially burdened, if you will? Burdened talking. But the only problem with that really is insofar as the talking becomes burdened so much that I can't continue, or I decide not to continue, that I decide to stop, because it doesn't feel good, or I can't intellectually reconcile why I'm doing it, that sort of thing. So we could even theorize that the only kind of qualitative requirements of this talking are that it possess whichever qualities allow for it to continue for 4 hours, just letting this talking can be any way, as long as it's able to continue for the predetermined duration. And so maybe there are certain qualities that are more or less conducive to that, and maybe I'm finding that that one of the qualities that seems more conducive is not trying too hard to figure out what exactly I'm doing or why I'm doing it. You know what I mean? And but this also causes me to wonder about your situation currently, and whether the way that I'm talking, or the particular ideas that I'm expressing about this talking, they must have some relation to your experience at the moment, insofar as you are at least hearing this. It's definitely required that, it's necessary. You are necessarily hearing this, and I might even guess that most likely you are, quote unquote, listening to some extent. And I put scare quotes around this around listening for reasons maybe we'll delve into shortly, after I finish whatever this thought is, which is that I'm curious if you hearing this and me talking about the particular things that I'm talking about at the moment would at least contribute towards a way of just being or spending time that might also be for the time being unpressured, for in terms of not needing to understand exactly what you're listening to, or why you're listening to it, or why you're spending time this way. And for it, I guess I would hope, if I may be so bold, to suggest that it could be a nice experience, actually, to just find a way to spend time that is not framed by the typical ways we think of spending time, which is usually as like there's usually a particular reason or goal kind of attached with how we're spending time. I think not always, probably, you know, maybe not always, but at least as far as my own present experience is concerned. Excuse me for a moment, I'm going to blow my nose. It's a little cold, so my nose is running. At least as far as my experience is concerned, this is a little different than how I think of how I spend most of my time. I mean, this may be this may be biased from my current perspective. You know, maybe, or I'm about to describe what that difference is in a moment. But I'm also aware that this may be inaccurately biased by simply my present perspective and how I am conceiving of time spent outside this present time. You know, I'm like, this is just my current conception of how I normally spend time, or how I spend most of my time, versus what this experience is. But as it is, I think that how I'm probably mostly spending my time has some goal about, you know, some goal or other that could be, I'm getting something out of spending the time. Whether it be like working at something to attain something later, or working at something to get better at something, or to improve myself in some way, or to improve somebody else's life, or to contribute to somebody else's life, or to contribute something to the world, or also just all of the pragmatic stuff that I do just to keep things going. Or with the goal of just pleasure or fun, even. Because then when I think about what I'm doing now, it's, well, I don't know. Maybe it could be characterized with any number of those goals. But as I'm really experiencing it in the present, it feels not quite captured by any of those. Like the idea of contributing something to the world feels like a heavy burden to put on it, you know what I mean? And that would have to involve this whole conception of how the world is and how it could be better, and all the tactics involved in making it better. And, well, I mean, I might be lying if I didn't say that I didn't think about stuff like that a lot. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about walking and talking in those terms sometimes from the outside perspective, from the, in the time of not doing walking and talking, of not walking and talking. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't sometimes think about walking and talking in terms of certain various frameworks, including utilitarian or spiritual or artistic and so on and so forth. But then once I'm inside walking and talking, like right now, it feels like a relief to feel free of those concerns, actually. But then listen to me talking. You could describe this as like philosophical or something like that, which would connect to all those concerns. Or maybe it's not really true that what I'm doing right now is like escaping all of those frameworks. But anyhow, it is just doing what I'm doing. But then that's probably there must be things going on within this that I'm not aware of, necessarily so. Or another way of putting it, there must be so many possible other interpretations of what's going on here that at any given moment I can't even be remotely aware of. Like I can keep talking for 4 hours, and in the course of that I'll inevitably go through various different interpretations of what's going on here. But I'm only myself, so you listening, by virtue of you being not me, I suspect will have your own interpretations of what's going on here that aren't necessarily the same as mine. But that's, just the completely obvious thing to say. It's so obvious that it doesn't really need said. Apologies if I sound belabored. I've been walking up a steep hill for many minutes now. And I suspect that that physiological fact may contribute to some of the quality of how I think and speak. Well, that's just I've noticed these correlations many times in the past. But also it's not just like doing nothing, or it's not maybe something that I appreciate about doing this, which with the requirement, my self-imposed requirement of continuously talking is, okay, I'm over the hill now, going downhill, is that it's not just relaxing. There's at least this requirement that I fulfill that isn't completely easy to fulfill. Well, I mean, sometimes it feels that way, but not all the time. As in, it's not like just going on a walk for pleasure and relaxation. Because when I think about it now, sometimes when I'm just going a walk for pleasure and relaxation, sometimes there's some kind of discomfort there, that it's in that I'm just experiencing that pleasure for myself. I mean, you know, sometimes with other people too, then maybe less so if I'm just experiencing that with other people. But also they're probably my friends or family or whoever, people I know. And so we share that experience together. But this is a little different in that I hope at least to be sharing something here that is at least potentially accessible to a large number of people and across geographical and temporal distances. And of course there's still the language barrier, but that's always potentially overcome. But to just be talking in the normal, you know, my normal language, talking something that almost everybody does. I mean, everybody uses some kind of language. But to be, I don't know, to use it in a way that's, I don't know, I'm suspicious of making any bold claims of how I'm using the language. Here's what I'm trying to say, is that I like that I'm just here talking to you, and from my perspective, you are unspecific in a sense. You are specific to the extent that I know that because you're listening to this, that you more or less can understand the same language as me. We must have that much in common, or it's been translated at some point in the future somehow, or you're using auto-translate, or there's some future AI tool that actually translates it decently. Maybe. But anyhow, we have common enough that we're beings that use language, and there's something communicated in here. But I don't know anything more specific about you, because you are multiple and unknown to me. But there's still some kind of communication happening, and I like that, in that it's like, whatever this is about, at least from my perspective, seems so unspecific. That this is kind of a pressure for me to, not exactly a pressure in a negative sense, but it's a motivation for me to examine the aspects of myself that seem the most general, or the most generalizable, or the most universal. And of course, when I say that, it's with great skepticism, that I assume that aspects of my experience are universal, but I'm talking about universal in a relative sense, as in, here I am, an individual, necessarily personified and individuated with characteristics, specific characteristics. But I like this opportunity to talk for a long period of time about not the specific characteristics. About not narrativizing who I am, and not even focusing on this even concept of who I am. But also in the individuated sense, but instead being able to just communicate almost nothing, and of course, when I say communicating almost nothing, I know that this is, from my subjective point of view, and with the caveat that there's every possibility that from your perspective there's something specific being communicated. But maybe we can assume that I have these caveats already, and I don't have to necessarily bring them up every time. That is, maybe we can take for granted that I understand that my subjectivity is necessarily limited. And so allow for the possibility of disagreements or discordance, or that I will say something that doesn't strike you as true. And that should be fine. But at this moment, when I kind of reflect on what's been said so far, it's a little bit refreshing for me to come up with hardly anything. But then again, that's my subjective experience of remaining in this mode, if it is a mode, for a long period of time, unchallenged by having to interact with any other subjectivity. And so so if I am in a mode, or whatever my position is, I have this luxury of continuing in it, unchallenged by anyone other than myself, for 4 hours. And so maybe, it could be that I am hyper-specific. It could be that I'm in a hyper-specific and hyper-subjective mode, that I'm merely expressing unchallenged for a long time. And this is what affords me some feeling of ease in my speaking. That could be it. And I would never know. Like, what if actually I'm really stupid and a jerk, but I just don't know? But, it's not true that my perspective is like isolated entirely, because it also is created in interaction with the world around me. Even if I'm not actively interacting verbally at this moment, even the mere fact that I'm speaking English is a relationship to the world, or to my section of the world. So maybe there is plenty of time outside of walking and talking to be putting my perspective up against and in relation to all the other perspectives. Anyhow, I have this feeling that this is becoming too abstractly symbolic. I mean, it's fine, but as you may have observed, it seemed as if there was some thought or group of thoughts expressed, and then there was a pause, and the pause kind of caused me to wonder whether that particular mode of thinking that I was in, or the mode of speaking that I was in, was somehow less conducive to a continuity of thinking, or maybe it could be said that whichever mode kind of like allows for a continuous flow of speaking, one would assume that if it is relatively free from a lot of guidelines and restrictions, then within that fairly let's say permissive way of speaking, that many other ways of speaking might emerge within it, some of which would take a structure that would involve some form of logic, or and involve value systems, or at least values, and could just form the types of thought structures that might kind of like appear to have completion, and then certain thoughts would seem relatively to have an end to them, which might result in something like a pause that would signify the completion of a thought. And then so now it seems I am observing and questioning the mode of speaking itself, but I suppose that's what I was doing before also, just in a different way. But I still have this sense when, if I were to try to surmise what this has been about so far, that it's mainly just been about itself, and that is refreshing, I think, or relieving, or I welcome that. And then it occurs to me the question of your experience again. I thought to myself, would this hold someone's attention? And then it was like, I don't necessarily know if that's a good thing. I mean, I can't listen to these myself. If I ever listen to this for even a second or for a minute, I think it's terrible. I'm so embarrassed. And if I ever listen to it before I publish it, I'll be so embarrassed of myself that I won't publish it. But I do get the sense, I do get some feedback from some other people that would suggest that that's not their experience. I mean, of course, the people who can't stand listening to this are going to be much less likely to take the time to give me feedback, and I think that's fine. Like, I think that there's less harm done in someone spending a short time with this and deciding it's not for them than there's potential benefit of somebody spending time with this and getting quote unquote getting something out of it. And you know what I mean when I say quote unquote, that perhaps this could offer or suggest other options for framing our experience. I mean, just the how you spend and think about your experience right now, you know what I mean? Or not think about it. To just suggest that there may be alternatives for how we categorize our experience, or even how we experience it, how we experience. And so the imperative of like holding your attention isn't necessarily a given here. It's not given that that's a good thing. But I would say, just in kind of a logical or pragmatic way, that I wouldn't wish this to be unbearable to everyone, you know? But even now, so let me just relate to you one potential interpretation of my current experience as a way of suggesting a possibility for interpreting your current experience. And so, like, maybe in the past few moments, I was beginning to think and feel certain things along the lines of feeling like I still have a long way to go, and maybe feeling like just a tinge of daunt of like, this is a long time to talk, and what if it's not good, or what if it's not engaging? Or what if this is boring to you? Or what if this is an embarrassment to myself? What if this is not high quality? What if this is dumb? What if this is myopic? What if this is what's the word? When the philosophical term for when you are just think of yourself as being the only consciousness, and everyone that you interact with could potentially just be figments of your own mind, and it's impossible to prove otherwise. Anyhow, so I had just a twinge of this feeling of like, this is difficult or long or something. Not as dramatic as all that, but when I had that thought, I realize it's very connected to my conception of your experience, my wondering if you're bored, or if you're finding this stupid or uninteresting. And then I realized that that's actually the main way that I'm thinking about my experience. The main way that I'm interpreting my experience is through the potential eyes of others. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing necessarily. That's maybe just a manifestation of, that we're related to each other in the world necessarily, or that ourselves are created in relation to the world, including other people to a large degree. I mean, maybe even completely, one could say. But then I was like, so I thought this to myself, that what if you're finding this stupid and boring and unbearable, and that would make this a waste of my time. And I mean, and as far as that logic goes, then it would be a waste of my time if everybody thought this was stupid and boring and unbearable. But then I thought there's a lot more possibilities here in terms of how to value or not value this time. And for example, just one of the possibilities is like, the endurance of boredom to that is to submit ourselves to some framework that would help motivate us to continue experiencing boredom and then let us see what's on the other side of it. To move through boredom, and I guess the word would be to endure. Like you could endure the boredom for a little bit, for some period of time. And I mean, the way that I'm talking about this, of course, is suggesting a certain type of value to be had like doing a type of work of allowing yourself to experience boredom, or to restrict yourself from indulging in whatever type of stimulation would immediately eliminate your boredom. And so by having this structure or framework, then to kind of go against your immediate impulses, and the general benefits of discipline, you could say, is generally what I'm talking about at the moment. So in terms of my experience, then I can have a certain discipline to move through various uncomfortable experiences that I might have in the course of walking and talking for a long time, such as embarrassment or self-doubt or boredom, and so on and so forth. And potentially on your end of things, the discipline could be moving through uncomfortable experiences, like, I guess boredom would probably be the most likely one. Maybe a feeling of embarrassment on my behalf could be possible, or possibly also a feeling of, well, you could experience feeling like I'm stupid or inadequate or lacking in some ways. Or you could also have you could not think that, but then potentially be judging yourself in comparison to what I'm doing, if you happen to fall in the category of judging what I'm doing or me positively, then potentially you could judge yourself negatively in comparison. I mean, that's just a possible experience. Or you could be, feeling kind of the inverse of that, of judging me or what I'm doing negatively and feeling annoyed or chagrined at that. Or you could simply be questioning the utility of spending your time this way, or wondering if there might be a better way of spending your time, because whether it be because it's more productive or more fun or stimulating, or any number of qualities that you might desire from your experience. And therefore, it's possible that you could treat listening to this thing as a type of disciplined thing. But I'm suggesting this all as hypothetical because I'm not actually experiencing it that way at the moment. I mean, not ultimately. Like I would say, I'm not suffering through something right now. It's not feeling like I'm having to exercise a great deal of willpower to continue talking like this. I mean, I guess it could be said that I am exercising some degree of willpower, but then I have to question, if I say that, then I question how much willpower am I exercising at the moment? Like, I have to question, am I working right now, or am I enjoying myself right now? Because it doesn't feel actually strongly in one of those directions or the other. But it is true that I am, still within the process of walking and talking. So I am obeying a certain guideline that I've set for myself still, and feeling a certain, it's also a certain commitment to you, I suppose, but it doesn't feel like any kind of high pressure or difficult commitment. I mean, like I was thinking about earlier, I've been so irregular with my schedule of recording and publishing these walking and talking episodes that it still feels optional to me whether to do it. And it's still, I still have that knowledge that I could just quit at any time. It could be during an episode or outside of doing an episode. I could always just stop, and then every time I do it, it's optional. And I try to, I'm not really trying, but I am aware that even as I'm doing this, even as I am submitting myself to this goal of talking for 4 hours, that nothing terrible is going to happen if I don't complete the 4 hours of talking, because I'm not currently dependent on it for my livelihood. And this is interesting because in the last episode that I published, I was very gung-ho about trying to make this more of my livelihood. That is, to try and get people to subscribe on Patreon and to paywall episodes. And I think I was talking a lot about how that could potentially alter my relationship to you and to this experience, but thinking very much that that's not necessarily a negative thing. That it wouldn't be necessarily negative if doing this was more if I was more or at least somewhat dependent on doing this as a form of livelihood, monetarily wise. But then again, it's like, as I've done it so many times in some ways I'm dependent on it, it could be said, for a livelihood in a different sense of just like feeling alive, of feeling like I'm actually, living life. And even though like it's kind of like it's maybe this is even easier to see if you're familiar with the sitting and smiling videos, that like the kind of common knee-jerk reaction that people have to that is that you're wasting your life, but it's doing shit like that during which I feel the most like I'm really living my life, because I'm doing something that is, at least from my perspective, kind of quite outside the structures of like the pragmatism needed for staying alive. Like it's so far removed from something like survival that, and it's far removed from the types of activities that are, say, like economically and pragmatically necessitated by the sort of like material processes of life. That it's so non-useful in a way that, or it's like doing this, the type of thing that it lies on my own kind of like horizon of utility, that lies on my own horizon of understanding of why, It's like when I do something that I clearly know why I'm doing it in connection with the way that the world is, or at least appears to be. Say, for instance, like, let's say I'm just working a job just for money. Well, I don't know, this might fall apart. Or let's say, let's just say, for instance, that I'm spending time doing something that has a fairly clear purpose to it, and by purpose meaning that it's towards another goal, whether that be for like money or health or social status or even towards pleasure and fun. Well, what I was going to say originally is that like that because those activities kind of fit into a known process of life, with that they have a kind of known logic, or their relationship to survival is kind of known. Or that you could say that these are activities that are in service of something else. or in service of something that is known. And what I was going to say is that that I don't feel as alive while doing them as when I'm doing something that the purpose of which is unknown to me while I'm doing it. But so maybe you get that idea, but as I was saying it, I started to also feel like that's not entirely true. Because even if these activities that I'm talking about as being in service of something known or having a known purpose or being utilitarian, even though they have a relationship with something, if I actually think about the whole of what it is they're in service to, I don't actually know. And in addition to that, I realize that I don't actually know what I'm even talking about when I'm describing something, an experience, as feeling alive or not feeling alive. Because then I think to myself, well, can't I just be doing something that's completely pragmatic, like taking out the trash? Or brushing my teeth? And not feel like I'm not fully living? Because things can have a contextual purpose, but ultimately they're all part of the unknown. Like what I'm describing as the known, when I'm talking about something being in service of the known or its purpose being known, I want to say that what is known is actually just one aspect of the unknown that I've compartmentalized enough that it can relate to some other compartmental thing that I could also describe as the known. Let me try and articulate that better. Just a second, I need to blow my nose. For instance, let's pretend that at this moment I'm actively engaged in taking out the trash from my house. And this has a known purpose, which is to make room for more trash. Or to put more broadly, in surface of the smooth functionings of the life processes that take place in the home. So, the consumption of food, etc., or reading of mail, or buying stuff, taking it out of the package, so I can use that stuff to do other stuff, to further along these various things that I want to do or need to do. Anyhow, you get the idea. And so, contextually, taking out the trash has a clear purpose. It's known why I'm doing it, and there's a clear idea in my mind of what I'm doing. But that knowledge of what taking out the trash is and why to do it, the knowledge is in relation to something else that's not taking out the trash, that are these other modes of living that take place that necessitate taking out the trash. And so even indirectly, however directly or indirectly, taking out the trash relates to me going to walk and talk, because I have to eat food, I need batteries for the audio recorder, I need the recorder itself, I need a wind screen for the mic, etc. I need to bring some water, etc. I need a container for the water, etc. I need clothes, I need shoes. Anyhow, it doesn't even need to be about taking out of the trash, because maybe more ideally I would conserve more resources and not produce as much trash. But that's beside the point. But so it's like all these little things that I know about, that I know what I'm doing. I think that to the extent that I know what I'm doing is only contextual, that is, I know what I'm doing because it's related to some other thing that I know. But then if I actually try to think about all these things as a whole, as in what's going on as a whole, or like what is my life as a whole, or why am I alive as a whole, I don't know. Like the whole is a big unknown. And kind of similarly, maybe to me, to some extent, walking and talking acts for me as a kind of a microcosm of that whole thing that I just described, as in, at any given moment of talking, each word that I say does have a logical, syntactical relationship with the other words in the sentence which contains it, and each sentence relates more or less to the other sentences that precede and follow it. And then, larger structures like, I don't know if there's paragraphs in this or not, but there's general thoughts and groups of thoughts that are more or less related to each other. But then when I try to conceive of the whole thing that I'm talking about or getting at, I think it's pretty unknown. But, I mean, also even me saying that takes the form of a type of knowledge. That is, I am declaring something to be true, which is, I'm declaring the notion that I don't know what I'm doing on the general level, on the higher level of walking and talking. Which can also be seen as knowing, or a form of knowing what I'm doing. Which kind of contradicts the idea that this is totally unknown. Which then throws into doubt the whole knowledge of what I'm doing, again leading us towards not knowing, or the unknown again. And then we have a paradox, you could say. But also there's this option to just totally redirect thought. I mean, there's nothing wrong with thinking into paradox. But we could also just choose to obfuscate the paradox by going into endless detail. That is, like, to sophisticate as a verb the paradox, to kind of like expand upon it until we can't see it so clearly. Because we're just elaboration upon elaboration. In these thoughts that, in their transience, seem like a form of knowledge seeking, but in summation don't amount to anything. And sometimes I have that experience when encountering a lot of types of thought that present themselves as knowledge, or at least as a type of knowledge seeking. For instance, well, I mean, not for instance, but like someone says something or writes something that I hear or I read, that might that strikes me as kind of like only true insofar as we really narrow down our field of thinking to one relatively narrow perspective. But then if we question the boundaries of that framework, of that perspective at all, then what presents itself as knowledge kind of becomes obsolete. I'm trying to think of an example. Well, just maybe just for example, in popular culture at the moment, it seems like there is so much advice going around about maximizing various aspects of your life, and I mean it's pretty often centered around productivity, but then like productivity in the workplace maybe, but then since culturally, at least where I am in space and time, the notion of the workplace has really bled over into all of life, and all of our life now is supposed to be productive. And so, like this kind of logic of maximization has bled over into things like health and physical health and mental health and well-being and stuff, and things like longevity. I mean, this is actually like maybe a decent example. Like, I know I've talked about this in some other episodes of Walking and Talking, so you might be familiar with hearing me say things. But so let's say like you have you encounter some advice slash knowledge slash research results related to longevity, how to maximize your lifespan and your health span, and so on and so forth. And like insofar as it goes, it might be true that that you should like limit your blue light in the evenings so that you maximize your sleep for maximum longevity, or that you take resveratrol or whatever supplement. But then it's like the moment you kind of question like why exactly is my personal longevity paramount, then all these pieces of advice lose some degree of significance. As in, what if you don't take for granted the importance or ultimately like the solid existence even of these boundaries that define your individual self, as in longevity only has this paramount importance insofar as you consider your individuated self to be a fundamental thing, or at least an important thing, or at least an extant thing, like that it's real. You know, you have to think that it's real. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not here to like just deny at least the phenomenal experience of individuatedness and selfhood and characteristics and everything that comes with it. It's not something you can totally deny, in my opinion. But, you know, if you think about those sorts of things as a little bit more permeable, or as if you think about yourself a little bit more as relational, you know, to the world, or for instance, like if you think about time and space, for instance, as like a specific characteristic of experience that is a result of the particular way that we're individuated as human, and not as fundamental to all of reality, then this like notion of longevity, I mean, it's not that it doesn't matter at all, but it it's kind of then it takes on as being something that's a relative phenomenon, that's relative to all these other potential forms of reality. Like, for instance, if you like, let me just say, like, to the extent that you are keep your mind inside of the framework of longevity, I think that that's a symptom of like regarding the individual self as this thing that has like this discrete beginning and end, and that it's a bad thing for it to end. And when you start to, I don't know, there's a lot more ways to think about it. This was all supposed to be an example of something that appears as knowledge being only kind of relatively true. That is relative to something else. And so it's like, yeah, you know, pop culture advice about longevity is true relative, or may be true relative to the notion of longevity being important. But if you're the type of person that thinks of death as being a transformation of boundaries, you know, maybe something's ending, but then something else is beginning. Or to me, you know, if it's a cessation of particular type of limitation. In fact, it might be a cessation of the experience of linear time. In which case, what lies after death might be a form of experience, if you will, and experience being in quotation marks, because it could be something that lies outside of our common notion of what experience even is, in which there might not be linear time or space as we think of it. In which case, these questions of death don't even exist. Like there could not even be a concept of death or longevity. Well, I mean, there is an increasing amount of evidence suggesting that this experience of linear time and of space, you know, of having locality as being in a distinct location as opposed to being in another location, there's increasing evidence to suggest that these things are artifacts of the very particular way that we as humans perceive the world, rather than them being fundamental aspects of reality. And as there's an example of that is, physicists will ask this question of in fundamental physics, all temporal processes are reversible, as in fundamental physics, the arrow of time does not exist, as in the laws of physics are unbroken if you run everything in reverse. And then you're going to say, well, Ben, what about the second law of thermodynamics? And then to which I reply, oh, you mean the tendency for everything to increase in entropy as time goes forward and not decrease, and therefore, like, why does a falling glass shatter on the floor and does not spontaneously reform itself into a glass? Or why does a hot cup of coffee in a cold room always cool off until it's the same temperature as the room and not the other way around? To which I will say, this experience of entropy, or this concept of entropy, which is a concept which is abstracted from a variety of observations that we make sensually. We observe the temperature of the coffee cooling off with enough repeatability and without the opposite happening, and a bunch of other related phenomena, such that we can define a concept that unites all these phenomena, which is entropy, and how it's always increasing over time rather than decreasing. And you'll say, well, doesn't that suggest an arrow of time at a fundamental reality level? And then I would say no, because entropy, or the lack thereof, is also an artifact of the specific way that we perceive things. For instance, the cup of coffee being hot versus being cold is not a fundamental characteristic of the coffee. It's actually a type of like perceptual averaging that we do. It's a type of a reduction of information into a form that we as humans perceive. For instance, like a temperature of a substance is actually a statistical averaging of the rate of motion of the molecules therein bouncing off of each other. So, for us humans, and it has to do even with the size that we are, temperature is something that we can perceive and make sense to, and has utility to us, because if the coffee is too hot, it's going to burn our mouth, and that's bad for our survival. But also, our continued survival depends on certain conditions being met, us maintaining certain equilibriums in our body, and we have to maintain a certain temperature equilibrium. So, if it's too cold outside, then we have to either not go outside or not go out for as long or put a lot of layers on so we don't die. But it's an averaging that is advantageous to us, but it's not a fundamental reality. The temperature is not fundamental. It's an average amount of how fast those molecules are moving. If you were the size of a molecule and you come into contact with this cup of coffee, you couldn't perceive something like the temperature. You would just perceive, I got hit by a molecule, and then some amount of time passed, some random amount of time passed, and I got hit by another molecule, and I was moving at a certain speed for some of the time. But none of this motion, or all of this motion, abides by what we call these, more fundamental physics, and I'm saying that this is relative. That is, when I say fundamental, it's relatively more fundamental than the concept of entropy. Now let me try to speak this clearly. That a temperature, as we measure and perceive it, doesn't say anything about the particular time or place or speed about any particular molecule in the cup of coffee. It's an averaging, and it's a reduction of all that information. It's a reduction of all that specific information about the trajectories and speed of all these individual molecules. Because if you were to take all of that information, it's totally not useful to us. It's not useful for us to know the speed and direction of every single molecule in the cup of coffee. And in fact, it's rather impossible for us to know with the capacities that we have, with our brains as they are. But the temperature is a type of knowledge that is comprehensible to us. But even this concept of entropy, of things to move from order to disorder, even these concepts of order and disorder are artifacts of our humanness, and dependent on factors like scale and size, that like if you were to look at a chunk of granite, and from a certain distance, and let's say even the chunk of granite is in a sort of a perfect Euclidean geometric shape, like it's a cube, and you would see it and you would say, how odd, a perfect cube of granite. That's very orderly. That's maybe too orderly to exist in nature without influence of humans, Our concept of order. And then if you if you got closer and closer to the piece of granite until you zoom in past the boundaries of the sides of the cube, and you're so close that you're seeing all these granules in the granite, you might observe some amount of pattern or things like distribution of, black specks versus red specks versus little specks of quartzite or whatever in it, that you might be able to kind of like statistically describe a distribution. You say there's more red specks than black specks, for instance, or something like that, or the black granules are on average larger than the white granules. But you couldn't describe it as simply as you would describe the cube from afar, a cube of granite. Because looking at a closer scale, then you see the granite is not a uniform substance called granite. You'd see it's composed of a bunch of different chunks of different minerals. And then at different scales, you would need various different types of concepts to describe what it is you're looking at. So like at some scale you would see like a random distribution of granules of different minerals that you couldn't describe as orderly. Maybe you zoom in and you zoom in until you're just looking at one granule, and then you could describe that as a uniform chunk of some particular mineral. You could describe that as orderly, and then you zoom in, and then maybe you can describe a molecular lattice work of that mineral, but then you zoom in more, and then you're just seeing like one atom connected to a couple different types of atoms or whatever, and then you couldn't use the same language to describe that. And so like these ideas of what is orderly versus disorderly depend on things like scale, but I'm saying actually all of these characteristics that we can observe and even perceive relate somehow to our perceptual apparati, like the types of senses that we have as humans, and which all relate in at least a potentially utilitarian way to our survival. That is, like I was saying before, like the sensations of hot or cold relate to our survival because it's imperative that we maintain this certain type of temperature equilibrium in our body. But then even further than that, like the notions of space or mass, the mass of something is something that we've abstracted from observations, in the sense of like a rock is heavy and then a larger rock is heavier, and so we get this idea of what weight is because it relates to our body and our body's capacities for lifting and moving things. Or it relates on such a practical level because even if you're, let's say you're building a shelter or something, and things might need to have above a certain mass, but not be above a certain weight to build your foundation, but not be too heavy when you're building the roof, and so on and so forth. or just can I step on this rock and have a reasonable expectation that it won't roll away when I step on it, or that sort of thing. Or if I try to walk across whatever the substance that I'm observing, will it stay put and support my weight, or will I just fall through it like a lake? Anyhow, and then you have this notion of weight, and then mass is an abstraction from weight, because we've realized over time that Earth is not the only place where things exist. And if you're on the moon, for instance, a rock that had a certain weight on the Earth will not have the same weight on the moon, and then so you have to come up with this other category called mass, and so on and so forth. And then you have that brings up relativity. That that weight is this is actually that weight is or mass even are all not fundamental qualities of things, but actually they're emergent properties that relate to these relatively more fundamental natural laws and forces, gravity. And then you have gravity to be shown, at least in general relativity, as being not a fundamental force as such, but a property of the warping of space-time itself. What was I getting at? I'm not sure, but it's a useful way to fill time. I think it's just that I think maybe this is all kind of about, at least in this moment, kind of relativizing some of the things that might otherwise seem to have a kind of prime importance. And but receiving some kind of I wouldn't say solace. That feels a little too negative, or that feels a little too dramatic. But at least to feel like some of the things that can often seem like such fundamental and unavoidable aspects of our life or experience are themselves just kind of like relative and conditional specific characteristics that eventually will just dissipate into something that is a lot more expansive and harder to grasp with the minds that we have right now. But then this is not to impose a specific type of valuation on one register of reality or another. You know what I mean? It's like taking out the trash and brushing my teeth is related to being able to walk and talk like this and to have this type of experience. So it's not to just like relativize away anything. But some amount of keeping it in perspective. Seems good, or at least feels good to me. You know, the feeling of feeling mired in something. Maybe it's politics, or in a more general sense, the way that the human world appears to be going. But then, you know, to be thinking so hard about well, for one, thinking hard about trying to determine which way it is going and to try to predict where it's going. And then on the other hand, to ask, where should or shouldn't it be going? And what can I do or what can we do to direct it in a better direction? And I can't help but think about stuff like that. But then sometimes what's begged is some other perspective. Like, for instance, like as an example, like the whole longevity thing. Like, you know, death's inevitable, but it's not necessarily the end. Or it's like I said before, I don't know, the end of something, the beginning of something else, just a transformation. But it can be hard not to feel like the human world is at the end of something. But then, you know, maybe it is. But that's not the end of everything by any means. Even if it were the end of humans. Just like individual death, that's the end of a particular arrangement of boundaries, a particular arrangement of perceiving and conceiving and experiencing. But I don't believe in the end of all experience. That that might take some explanation. Or the idea that that experience is either eternal or already never existent. Or, as you may have heard me describe many times, that experience itself is synonymous with separation in a way there's no value judgment one way or the other attached to. Separation of me allows me to experience you, and so on and so forth. Allows me to experience the rest of the world. When I die, it'll be the end of this particular shape of experience. But then, just the simple notion that if there's in the absence of separation, there's no one to experience and nothing to be experienced. So there's no experience. Like there's no experience of wholeness. There's only you can only sort of reference to it. You can only kind of imagine wholeness, but you can't perfectly imagine it. You can sort of imagine this hypothetical experience of being whole, or that is being, perfectly connected with everything. But you can't have that experience because there's no experiencer left in that. And it wouldn't even make sense to say that you have experienced it or that you will experience it, because the concept of experience is wholly other than what wholeness would be. And so, in the absence of experience, there is no time, there is no space. Time and space are artifacts of experience and a particular type of experience. I mean, maybe they could be described as, let's say that time, this experience we have of moving through time, is one of the manifestations of our separateness from the world, or our incompleteness as experiencers. That is, because time is kind of inevitably passing, we can't control moving forward and backward in time. It could be said that no, we can't experience our whole lives at once. But also, it's like you can't even grasp a now, because it's always fleeting, of course. It's like even if there were, this infinitely small sliver of time called a now, there'd still be too huge of a world to comprehend, even if you could stop time. and go and observe the world, it would still be too large to experience. But then add to that the fact that you can't stop time, that all these infinitely small slivers of time are flying by so fast that you can't even perceive now. What was I saying? What was I getting at? The idea that experience is either eternal or non-existent. And it can't be the case that now while you're alive there's experience and then after death there's no experience. I mean, that's why death would be scary or undesirable. I mean, well, one reason is the idea that there'd be nothing afterwards or some kind of abyss. I mean, let alone, I'm not going to touch on ideas of the afterlife because I don't believe in them, but like the idea of just nothingness. But that's not actually something to be afraid of, because actual nothingness would be devoid of experience. So if there's no perceptual, if there's nothing there to perceive or sense, or there's no consciousness there to do the sensing, then there's no time. Like that the koan of when a tree falls in a forest and there's no one there to hear, then does it make a sound? And then it's like, well, then you have to think about what sound is, and you come down to it's a sensation, and it requires an observer. And so I'm saying that all aspects of experience are like that. And then, so it's like we have this general sense of time as linear and space being spatial. That is a type of extrapolation of our human experience. But then, and so like there's maybe a tendency to think of this like block universe as moving along in a direction through time, and our life coincides with one small segment of it, and then it's moving along outside of that. But when you start to think of it, the universe as existing either before experience or after experience, this starts to break down. Like it starts to not make sense. Because without any experiencers, there is no more time or space. You would just have something akin to like a singularity, as in, not like the inside of a black hole or whatever, but if all experiencer and experienced are merged due to the absence of life, either this is before any life existed in the universe or after all life goes extinct in the universe, then there's effectively nothing. No time, no space, nothing. And so then and then this starts to kind of account for what would otherwise be a total miracle of the fact that we exist right now. The idea that, it's amazing I'm alive right now, and it's that out of the infinite expanse of time, or even if you don't think of it as infinite, the extraordinarily long amount of time that is the existence of the universe that now just happens to fall right now while I'm still alive, and it didn't fall before I was alive and after I died. And same with you. Both of us lucked out to be able to share this experience. The fact that you happen to be alive right now, that the now of linear time just happened to fall in the infinite, relatively minuscule expanse of time between your birth and your death, as opposed to the comparatively vast expanse of time before and after your life. By the logic of linear time, this would be just a miraculous amount of fortuity. But then if you consider that reality as such is like observer dependent, so to speak, or experience dependent, then you would conclude that in a sense experience is eternal, that this but not the specific form of experience, but the fact of experience is eternal because there's effectively nothing outside of it. And so like this, not the particular characteristics of your experience, but the fact that it has particular characteristics, because it must have particular characteristics in order to be separate, to be individuated, in order to allow for experience, to allow for difference between yourself and the world. The fact of that is something that's essentially eternal. And that's something that actually hits me. That the particular shape of me, you know, my characteristics, my quality of a person, they're bounded by death, ultimately. They'll you know, keep changing as I live and as I change and grow older, and then they'll go away when I die. But experience itself is always, but I'm saying eternal, but which implies an infinite expanse of time. But it's just as valid to think of it as no time at all, when considered in relation to the nothingness, you know. And then like this question of why anything at all becomes answered. Like the question of why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there consciousness? You know, the quote unquote hard problem of consciousness. There must be. It's kind of necessitated by the absence of consciousness. Does this make any sense? Let me try to explain further. That, you know, like this hard problem of consciousness assumes that hypothetically you could have a state of total nothingness, that there could be nothing at all. But this concept of there possibly being nothing is a mistake, or it's a type of misconception of what nothingness is, because it's imagining nothing from a type of extrapolation of human experience, namely of linear time in which things can exist or not exist, and space in which things can exist or not exist, and these things are qualities of our human experience, not fundamental parts of reality. Let me put it another way. Or just, I'm going to try to put it in a simpler way, like that there could be nothing. But then you're getting into a breakdown in logic between the words be and nothing. Like, for anything to be, then it has to be something. Even if what it is that is being is like a vacuum or something. Because even a vacuum would require a space in which to exist and an amount of time in which to exist. And these are ideas of existence that are like tools of human minds. And I mean, it makes sense that we would maybe think that way, because we have this notion of object permanence, the idea of that when that rock still exists right there, even when I'm not looking at it, but it exists in the sense that if I return and come to the same spot, it ostensibly will still be there, or if someone else looks at it, then they'll have a similar experience. And that object permanence kind of notion is what we may be mistakenly applying to the notion of nothing. That the idea that there could be nothing, but it's still essentially existing if somebody were to be there to experience it. But then nobody could be there to experience nothing. If somebody experienced it, it wouldn't be nothing. If somebody could sense it, it wouldn't be nothing. If there's somebody at all to even indirectly know it somehow, or know of it, it's not exactly nothing. But then, so if you're really trying to think about nothing in the most true sense, then nothing is so nothing that it cannot even exist. Like existing is the wrong type of word to use for it. And then if nothing really, if nothing definitionally can exist, then there's like necessarily something. But then something by definition has to be specific. Like you couldn't have. Okay, so let's stick for now on the question of like why something. And I'm saying why there is something, or why there at least appears to be something. There appears to be a reality and some form of witnesser of reality, this, which is a duality. You need both. Both necessitate each other. Or because if they were merged, they would cease to exist. You know what I'm saying? Like the something, the world and the witnesser, could also be thought of in some sense as the nothing divided. The nothing manifesting itself as something. And so it's like the hard problem of consciousness. It's I think it is misleading and problematic how the hard problem of consciousness is often framed, because it presupposes a type of mechanistic universe playing itself out. I mean, whether it's deterministic or even whether it allows for some kind of randomness, the notion is that it is it is energy and matter playing itself out in accordance with the laws of nature, and that consciousness is not required for that. That's the notion, but it is that framing of things is misleading. I mean, even when you apply the necessary implications of pretty established quantum mechanics of observer dependency, you have to, you can't really honestly posit this notion of the mechanistic universe playing itself out without observers. You know, it doesn't make any sense. It's like the mechanistic universe, you know, whether you are thinking of it kind of Newtonian physics of the clockwork of things playing themselves out, or if you're thinking of all this stuff playing itself out more or less randomly, this is all just, these conceptions of reality are merely models that are representations, abstracted representations of the way that we humans perceive. And so, like, I mean, this all does kind of like, it can kind of be boiled down to the tree falling in the woods. Like the tree falling in the woods, it's like, you know, at first I might be tempted to say, yeah, it still makes a sound because the squirrels hear it. But, you know, the real, the implication, what's implied in the no one hearing it is there's no other squirrels or even earthworms or bugs hearing it either. There's nothing to perceive it. There's the notion that there's no perception taking place whatsoever is the actual implication of the koan. And when there's no perception, there is no fragmenting the world into the dualistic, you know, self or other. There's no matter or substance. It's as if, it's like the other angle where you would say, yes, it still makes a sound because you could go back later and you would see that the tree has fallen and surely it hasn't broken the laws of physics by not making any sounds. But this is like a, you know, retroactive observation. That's, you know, extrapolating observation into the past or the future. And so it's like the framing of the hard problem of consciousness, that there could be this reality existing without any observer, without any experiencer. That's the problem with the question. Or like, I mean, I'm not saying like the question's dumb. It's actually a good question insofar, you know, as it would beg, as it, you know, makes us think about these things. But then it's like the answer is that the observer and the observed are necessary counterparts of each other. And then why do they not seem, why are they not then just merged together in a perfect wholeness without perception, is a question. And then because if they were, then there's effectively nothing, there's no time. If there's no time, they don't exist in the way that, in the sense of existing. And so it's like the world has to exist. I mean the experienced world has to exist, and experience has to exist. And it always has to exist, because its opposite is the definition of not existing. Non-existence can't exist. Know what I'm saying? You know what I mean. Non-existence can't exist, therefore we have existence. Or you can put it conversely, saying because non-existence exists, wait, what? Or non-existence is so real. Oh, hello, dog. Hi. Or because non-existence exists, then you have to have, then it's, I'm confused here, but I think you get the idea. And then I always, but then you would be like, but why all these characteristics of existence that seem so particular? That seem like they sort of could be otherwise, you know? On a lot of different levels, like the question of like, why am I who I am? as opposed to somebody else? Why did my consciousness seem to occupy this body and locality and chunk of time as opposed to some other one? Or why are the laws of nature as they are? And it's like I cannot explain exactly why I am exactly who I am, but I can explain that it's necessary that there be all this particularity, that for the big non-existence to manifest into existence, as I'm kind of saying that it is doing all the time, then for there to be something, either in the form of observed or observer, it has to be a particular way. And for it to be a particular way means there necessarily must be these hypothetical other ways that it hypothetically could have been. You know what I mean? Like, and even in the way that you and I are individuated as individual human beings, it's like for that to exist, there have to be all these other potential other ways that human beings could be, that we can perceive and think about and imagine to some extent, to varying degrees. I can imagine being different than myself, or I can observe another person and imagine to some degree what it might be like to be that person. Or I could imagine some person that maybe doesn't exist and imagine what it would be like to be this imaginary person. Or to be a different animal, a different species, or to exist on some other planet in some totally different form of life. But even to be able to imagine these other possibilities, then they have to be I have to be a specific way to be able to extrapolate from the specific way that I am. Maybe? But this notion that, like, experience in some form or another is eternal. But then, yeah, like I said, it's when I use the word eternal, it tends to imply an expanse of time that's infinite. But what I mean to express is an eternity that's also the same as the absence of time. Or without time. Because it's like it's something, I'm saying something like the manifestation of the experience of linear time is one type of manifestation of the paradoxical nature of non-existence manifesting as existence, and the way that it's necessarily incomplete, and the experience of time as one of the forms in which we conceive of the incompleteness of existence. The fact that we conceive of this constant change, the inability to halt change and to make things solid, and to make things to grasp onto reality, to even to grasp onto who you are. You can't, and so we have this problem of aging and death, mortality, this problem that you can't ultimately make solid who you are, because you die in the end, and the world keeps on going without you, and it changes. And so even over time, people will gradually forget about you, even if you're the most famous person in the world. History will change and forget about you, or just change in a way that who you are becomes no longer relevant to the way that the world is. Or who you were, I should say, will become irrelevant to how the world is. And so, you can't completely exist. And even ignoring death, even from one day to the next, the fact that you have to it's almost like, this feeling like you have to keep working every day, and if you have this expectation that you'll finish completing who you are at some point, and you won't have to deal with a transience of yourself and reality at some point when you're old enough that you'll complete it. You'll be gravely disappointed disappointed that you have to continue renegotiating who you are and your relationship with the world almost every moment. That's almost what consciousness is. Or even the fact that you have this experience of seeming to have free will at all is completely connected to consciousness, you know? That if there were absolutely no willpower, then there wouldn't be any consciousness. Like if it were this perfect thing where like your life is just kind of like mechanistically carrying out and you were just a witness. If it were perfectly like that, I don't think that would make sense, because there's without this possibility without the possibility of agency, there's like no reason for any witness, you know? I'm kind of saying that agency and consciousness are maybe inextricably the same thing. And I don't mean any, quantitative measure of the amount of agency or the exterior measure of what your options to do are. I just mean like look, you would say, if you're hearing this, that there's something there doing the hearing, doing the perceiving. There's something somewhere. It seems like there's, like on my end, it seems like there's something here doing the talking, or at least hearing the talking. Even if to some extent there's like behavioral patterns going on, even if there's social conditioning, even to the extent that we try and kind of like describe everything that's going on in the behavior of a human from third person means of explaining things, whether it be sociological or psychological or biological or even pure physics. You can explain things that way, but it doesn't explain, what the consciousness is. And it doesn't account for experience and this potentiality. Like I have this experience that in 1 minute from now, I really don't know what I'm going to be saying, but I have this experience of agency in relationship to the next thing that I'm going to say. Even if you might say, well, if you could know the position of every atom in the universe, you could predict exactly what you're going to say, Ben. But the thing is, you can never, it's actually not even hypothetically possible to know the position of everything in the universe, according to quantum mechanics. You can't know all this stuff. You can't, like I said, for a knower to know absolutely everything would entail the total merger of knower and known. Like for there to be a knower, for even there to exist, something that we think of as knowledge requires a reduction in information. It requires a deletion of information. Just like I was saying about a warmth, like temperature being a form of knowledge or a form of observation of the world is a reduction of information. It's a missing of information of the exact position and velocity and direction of every molecule in the cup of coffee. But then it's more like it's like even the potentiality of what we think it might be possible to know is something that's formed by this type of reduction in information. That is, even this like I said before, even this conception of all the atoms in the universe playing themselves out in this Newtonian way kind of breaks down when you, like I said before, consider the implications of quantum mechanics. Like the idea that it would be possible, even in principle, to know it all, and therefore to be able to, predict and to rule out free will or agency. And in the same sense, it's like, on the other hand, like I also am not explaining away these mechanistic or third person types of explanations, because they can be potentially true insofar as they go, as in you can have valid sociological theories, you have valid biological theories and biological explanations of things, or neurological explanations of types of behavior, or even types of experiences. But none of this accounts for the fact of experience, or the experience of, I don't know, like experience. I'm saying that experience itself is inextricably linked to some kind of agency, or this potentiality of things to occur one way or another. Not an unlimited or unbounded potentiality. Oh, but maybe, I don't know. But the boundaries are necessary to have something that we think of as existence. Like, to be a person means necessarily not being a virus or a mosquito or a bird. And so, like, when I just now said that we don't have unbounded agency, I was kind of imagining in my head that you can't will yourself to do something physically impossible like transform into a bird. But when I say that you can't transform into a bird, what I mean is the form of a bird is different enough an experience from the form of a human that the continuity of identification would be breached. That is, I can have what appear to be memories of my former self and a certain amount of predictions about my future self that are based upon my current lines of experience, the way that I experience my body in the world, and so on and so forth. The very physiology of myself, of my body and my brain, are inextricably bound up with things like memory and the notion of continuity of self. And so if hypothetically I were to transform into a bird, I would say that the physiology of a bird, its body, its mind, and its sensory apparatuses, and even its conceptual experience of the world, to the extent that it has that, would not afford of something like memory of being a human. It's why I can't remember being something before I was born. You know, I can't even remember my birth. Some people might claim to remember their birth or something, or maybe a few people out there might even claim to remember being a fetus. I don't believe them, but even if say the matter, you know, it's like you have transformed from other life forms. All the matter that you're made of was something else before, most likely another life form. It was a plant and or an animal. It was a cow. You know, even as you're a fetus, a matter that made you was a hamburger. Before the hamburger, it was that your mom ate, and before your mom ate the hamburger, it was a cow, and before that, it was some corn. It was a bunch of corn kernels, and before that, it was like a bunch of nitrogen fertilizer. And before that, maybe that fertilizer was petroleum derived. So it was like crude oil underneath the earth. And before that, it was like a bunch of sphagnum moss in a bog in prehistoric times. Maybe some dinosaurs in there. So you have transformed. You are transforming. You know? But even if it occurred that all the atoms in your body came from the same dinosaur in the past, the mere arrangement of things is such that the notion of continuity of memory between those two states is just not possible, or even really conceivable. It's like even memory of your past self you could say is an experience in the present that relates to your current arrangement of synapses in your brain. It's not your past self. It's an aspect of your present self that has a representation that's culled from a certain neural arrangement. That has some relation to some past state, but isn't it exactly. Anyhow, this might be a tangent of questionable relevance. What I was really talking about is this notion of agency or free will, or what it is. And I guess another way to kind of describe what I think it is this possibility for, well, I mean, not even necessarily possibility, just like this fact of change, and that we don't know exactly what's going to happen. But we sort of have, some amount of ability to predict some things. But there is like this potentiality, that it sure seems like there's some amount of control over what things will be, some limited amount of control. Even from one moment to the next. That there is at least some possibility, however limited it may seem at times, for things to be otherwise, and for us, insofar as we are, conscious beings, to take some part in creating what will be. I think that's kind of what consciousness is. I think it's what time is. As in, like this experience of the arrow of time, you could also say is the experience of not knowing what's going to happen in the future. It's like the future is almost definitionally the aspect of existence that's unknown. The future is definitionally like where potentiality is. It's the unknown where things could be one way or another. And then the present is kind of this nexus or meeting point of the unknown with the known, or that which is already the past has no potentiality. It's set. I mean, that's not totally true, actually. There is some degree of potentiality in the past because you learn new things, you interpret history differently, you learn different things about the past, and the past changes. The difference between the past and the future is simply that from the point of view of our human form, there's a greater degree of uncertainty in the future than in the past, a wider range of possibility. Insofar as we perceive things the way that we do. Anyhow, maybe to jump back towards some of the ways I was talking earlier on, as opposed to all this talking seeming to deal with subject matter. And then seeming to connect into concepts that then kind of boggle my mind and then lead to long pauses. Well, it's not, the problem isn't that my mind is boggled. Such that I realize the way that I am speaking is both elaborating on certain concepts for a long period, but then also going off on many tangents. But maybe the thing is I'm just observing myself seeming to ramble because of the differentiatedness of the ideas. That is, some of the things I'm talking about being categorizable into certain broad concepts, and then it being relatively easy to differentiate between those concepts, whereas what I began with maybe could be considered as a less differentiated type of talking, one that was more kind of self-contained and self-referential, the type of nothing, or let's say like more close to nothing, like speaking in a way that is relatively transparently not imparting knowledge, because of how kind of directly it's talking about itself, but then kind of giving way to various types of abstraction that themselves are not exactly dealing with talking per se, but are dealing with like language and examining some of the ways that our language has certain limitations in it. I mean, especially when you start to use words like exist or non-existence, and then you have to kind of deal with what those words mean, either explicitly or implicitly. Or when you're talking about what the word be means, or being. But and then yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like to the extent that, let's say I'm more directly focused on talking about talking as such. Like, I'm going to try to do that for a moment here, where I'm just directing my attention a little more acutely on my experience of forming the present sentence, and that in turn will affect to some extent the things that I say next. Like, for instance, here I was kind of trying to observe the process, wherever it is, of the sentence forming, and I feel the more I look, the more I notice that it's not like I'm directly aware of the origin point of the sentence or even of each word, because even when I start speaking, I'm not fully aware of a fully formed sentence or even a fully formed thought in my head as I start speaking it. I only become aware of that in time as the words come, you know? And so, in some sense, like, as a, like, talking as a kind of representation of nothing, of trying to attempt to speak for some time without allowing the speech to differentiate into various concepts that refer to one another and kind of temporarily and conditionally appear to impart truth or examine truth, even though it's probably very much could be said I'm still doing that. Actually, there's still all kinds of symbols and abstractions present. Almost like making some attempt, if it were possible, to keep speaking, to keep a verbal thought process going without erecting so many of the structures that seem to define our reality of, like, I don't know if you ever have this experience while, if you're reading something like that's particularly dense, like some kind of dense philosophy or something, and somebody's writing in these like very long sentences, and sometimes I'll be reading and I'll have to read a sentence over and over again because on the first time it just kind of washes over me, and by the time I get to the end of the sentence, I've forgotten what the beginning of the sentence was talking about. So I read it again, and then I might notice that one or more of the words used in the sentence, I'm unsure of what the author even means with their use of that word, and so maybe I have to go backtrack and reference what they wrote earlier to get an idea of what they mean by that word, or and then the whole meaning of the sentence, like, even once I do feel like I quote unquote understand it, that understanding kind of dissipates. And then what is present is just like my observation of that process of understanding, or of non-understanding, as it may be. Or in the attempt of trying to comprehend a run-on sentence I've then questioned the very meaning of several of the words contained therein. And it has the effect of kind of dissipating my understanding, or like de-understanding, you know? Like I understand less than before I read the sentence. Do you ever feel this way? Like you go into reading something or listening to something with the general supposition that you'll understand something. It'll help you it'll make you understand something, or you'll add to your knowledge, and then you come out with seeming less knowledge or less understanding. But that's it's fine, because what I would suggest is that like knowledge and its inverse are the same thing in a sense. Like how I was talking about how concepts are a way of kind of generalizing repeated observations, and then on an even more basic level, sensation is a reduction of information. Knowledge too is a reduction of information. Like the idea of understanding something, or like understanding the principle of something, is like to not need to know every single instance of a phenomenon, but to know of an overarching principle or commonality or pattern between the individual instances. So for example, like if you like to understand botany or something, one might at first go around trying to identify every species that you see, and you could consider that as one type of understanding if you were able to identify every species in your region that you see. But then maybe one would say, well, to have a deeper understanding of botany, I would want to understand the commonalities between groups of species, and to be like to have a understanding of the commonalities of families of plants, and to be able to say that these species are all in the mint family, or the carrot family, or mallows, or whatever. And then so then that type of knowledge is a generalizing knowledge that would allow maybe certain types of insights. But then it's like, knowing about the mint family means not necessarily knowing every individual species, but you could see a species and not identify it, but know that it's in the mint family and that it probably has certain types of characteristics. And so it's kind of like that, like a reductive type of. So I'm saying actually that every type of knowledge is reductive, in a sense. Or like let's say you have all these different concepts floating around in your head about the way things are, and this feels confusing for you, and so what you might be looking for is something overarching that would seem to unite them, or provide some comprehension that would allow for these different phenomena that you observe in the world to appear to have some coherence. Observe overarching patterns of the world that would help you, quote unquote, understand in a deeper way, quote unquote, deeper. Well, like for instance, when I'm trying to, like earlier when I was addressing this question of the hard problem of consciousness, or questions like, why is there anything rather than nothing? Why is there consciousness rather than no consciousness, etc.? The answers while on one hand they do seem to clarify these questions or obsolete those questions, what they point to is more could equally describe to as a greater unknowing or less knowing. Like it's like I'm no longer thinking of knowledge as like a quantity of information that you can have more of or less of in your brain, as much as I'm thinking of it of like your brain or your mind, from the first person, brain third person perspective, mind first person perspective, of knowledge just being the particular form in which your mind is fragmented, is cut up along certain lines of meaning. And learning is not necessarily like adding more to it. It's, as it is, like redrawing those lines in a different way. So it's like learning and unlearning would be basically the same type of process. In the sense like there's not an up and down. It looks like there's an up and down when you're on the surface of the earth, but if you get out to space, there's no up or down. That's kind of how I think about intelligence. That there's still always be some relative point of view in which there is an up and down, effectively, pragmatically, effectively, there is an up and down that has meaning insofar as you are on the surface of the earth. And insofar as you occupy some certain position and are involved in towards some end, then types of intelligence will have something like a more or less aspect to them, or something quantitative about them. But outside of those positions, or outside of certain objectives, then the knowledge would not have this quantitative aspect. I want to say about my experience that one way to describe it is that I have an experience of a long time having elapsed, and I recognize that experience is created by abiding by a certain restriction for an amount of time, that is to keep walking and talking like this. Allows me to experience this long duration. But what that experience is some kind of qualitative experience in this moment, in the present, quote unquote present, that where I don't know, having talked for so long, and I think it is owing to having talked for so long that it feels light, that talking and the associated thinking has a lightness about it. It feels like it can go in so many directions, and that's very enjoyable to me. That maybe something like this period of talking continuously has sort of carved out this relatively vast expanse in which my mind can kind of roam. And I'm sure that the geographical removal from a lot of stimuli, or at least my common stimuli, is one of the ways to afford that space mentally. And I'm enjoying this thought of creating this recording and making it available to you in a way that I would imagine if you're listening to this, that like if you've made it thus far, that you might feel some kind of corresponding feeling of like this sense of like possibility for how you can spend your time. Like if you're able to spend this duration of time doing something that's ostensibly useless, and maybe not exactly pleasurable in the common sense of the term. Maybe you derive some pleasure. I guess I would hope you would derive some exotic form of pleasure that it would occur to you, like, you know, the option, like, you could stop listening to this and not feel like the FOMO of that. Oh, you might miss out on some important knowledge or pearl of wisdom or something, but that like just this sense of possibilities for spending your life, or for spending the time that's in your life. You could keep listening to this, or you could not keep listening to this. Or you could, you know, continue to think in a multitude of directions, or not, and that all of these options would be acceptable and perhaps even enjoyable. And in some ways, like, this sounds like what I'm saying right now sounds kind of stupid to say, or naive or something, like a kind of naive thing to say, like, you could do one thing or you could do another thing. It's almost spelling out the most obvious thing. But when I'm actually thinking about it, it's pretty fucking cool. It's pretty fucking sick, if you will. And what I'm basically describing is, like, you know, just the most basic thing about existing, about being conscious. If there's options, you know, even if on some level your options are restricted. Well, I mean, I can't turn into a bird, and, well, like I said before, I kind of can turn into a bird, but I won't remember what I was before, like I was saying earlier. But basically, this is to acknowledge, you know, material restrictions. But those are just external material restrictions. But it's like, even within any restriction, there's a whole realm of possibilities, you know? Even like, I mean, obviously, what I'm doing now is maybe not a true restriction, in that it's just a self-imposed restriction, that is to keep walking and talking, and I could just stop because I'm not materially dependent on it. So it's I have to acknowledge that I'm engaging in a highly optional activity. But I do just think, in terms of consciousness, even within material restrictions, there's the possibilities are actually endless. Hello. Like, even if you're in prison, they can't take your mind away. They can never take your mind away. or even like, I can imagine being bedridden or something, and like from one perspective of like having the physical ability to walk around, drive around, and experience different places, that would seem like a great limitation, to just be stuck in bed. Like from this perspective of being able to move around, that aspect of it would be a limitation. It would suck. But then I'm like, it would even afford some other opportunity to, for my mind to roam apart from the stimulations that come from moving about in the world, like sitting and smiling, and putting that physical restriction on myself, like a greater physical restriction than walking and talking, and even experiencing physical discomfort, but then still feeling a freedom there. I mean, like feeling a type of freedom that I'm not experiencing when I'm not doing it, I don't know. It just makes me not afraid of a lot of things. Like not fearing death because I'm recognizing it as just a transformation of the particular boundaries that make me who I am. And not being but like with this confidence that experience continues in some form that I won't know, that I can't know now, But then extending that to the other types of inevitable changes in life. And kind of trying to extend that in a broader world sense of like, sometimes it seems like the world is going terribly. Everything's fucked up and getting more fucked up. by certain, but you know, and then I don't know. I can't honestly claim to I can't honestly claim to not feel like it's fucked up, or that there's a great deal of totally unnecessary suffering. I can't claim to not be concerned that there's not going to be a whole lot more completely unnecessary suffering. But I mean, I can at least try to recognize that for something new to grow, that something else has to die, and that dying might include a lot of suffering. Like something that came into the world with a great amount of libidinal vigor. And with the corresponding a level of painful decline corresponding with the amount of vigor with which it grew and expanded. Like I generally have this sense that things equal out. Sort of, I don't know, maybe kind of like karmically if you want to think of it that way. Or that, like, let's say on an individual level, the amount of pleasure you derive from taking ecstasy all the time is going to have to be paid back by your neurotransmitters recalibrating. You know? Like you're going to experience the downside one way or the other. And I knew this would apply to American empire. Like a big fucking society and mindset and worldview that's just been on uppers for decades and decades and decades. And then the uppers kind of, stop working. That society has to experience the withdrawal. Before it can, build some other kind of way of being in the world that's like, that's possible to continue. So I feel like we're kind of like, as a whole, we're kind of like in the denial. I think we're towards the end of the denial stage, or maybe the anger stage. Somewhere between denial and anger. At the unsustainability of our dominance. So this is just a phase we have to go through. It's just a little phase we're going through. Well, I think we're more or less at the finish line here. Which brings me great pleasure to end with a customary bye. I mean, bye.